Where We Exalt looks to repeat in the open trot against Black Tie Bash and Meadow Branch Noble.
They pass 3/4 in 1:26 and 2. Double Gum in the pocket, who is now following Best Girl in Town. The stretch looms ahead, and Best Girl in Town trying to be best again. Up the inside, Double Gum is coming on. Alessandra on the scene late, closing widest of all. Alessandra up the inside, Double Gum. Alessandra versus Double Gum, and it's going to be Double Gum by a neck over Alessandra, holding on for show. Best Girl in Town. 1:56 and 2. And a numbered corporation of Nicolette, Quebec. Kyle Forgy gets his first winning drive of the Rideau Carleton meet. And that's the first seasonal victory. In fact, the first in 2 years for Double Gum. 1:56 and 2 is a new lifetime best for Double Gum. Congratulations. Results are now official. Amber, 1:24 and 4. Speaker Nancy looking to bottom out this field on the front end as they circle for home. Speaker Nancy is out there, still coming. Anna's Wish up the inside. DA Temptation. Speaker Nancy is looking untouchable here. Speaker Nancy does it again ahead of Anna's Wish. And up for show, Sobel Amber in 1:53 and 4. New Jersey, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Robert Shepard. That's a 7th win this year in the 14th start of the year for Speaker Nancy, Canada's fastest mare of the year on a 5/8 mile track, courtesy of her 1:51 and 4 win here on July 4th. She does it again. Speaker Nancy, 1:53 and 4, and now official. 3/4, and it looks like Bet I'm Shady is out in front for the rest of the mile. Jimmy Gagnon just giving her reminders to keep her on task. She's got a 4-length advantage over Pizzazz Hanover. That's Bet I'm Shady cruising to the wire under wraps. She's a good 4 or more lengths ahead of next best Pizzazz Hanover. Show is between St. Ides and Little Cassara. 1:56 and 2. Back Bet, owned by Hutt Racing Stable of Malvern, Pennsylvania, bred by Winback Farm of Chesapeake City, Maryland, trained by Victor Putty, driven to her first win this year in her 3rd seasonal start, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. The 1:56 and 2 mile is a new lifetime best for Bet I'm Shady. As they come down the stretch, and Better Catch Girl says, "Catch me if you can." Still coming, that is Why Not Hoss, widest of all. Always Be Merry, trying to make it a close one here, but she's second best to Better Catch Girl. Why Not Hoss finishes 3rd, 1:55 and 1. Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 4 winner, number 3, Better Catch Girl. A 5-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar out of Catch the Show, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Victor Putty of Mountain, Ontario. Better Catch Girl is bred by Winback Farm of Chesapeake City, Maryland, trained by Vic Putty, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's the 4th win this year for Better Catch Girl, and a new seasonal best of 1:55 and 1. And now making a move. Here comes a Wish You'd Tell Me, trying to hunt down the pace setter as the stretch looms ahead. That's still CrossFit, and next best, Wish You'd Tell Me, is closing in for Samuel Fillion. Too far back, Incredible Hall. The winner, CrossFit, by about 2 lengths over next best, Wish You'd Tell Me. Then it's back to Incredible Hall and Tattoo Man, 1:57 and 4. Victory by Marie-Claude Auger. CrossFit, 1:57 and 4. That's his 4th win this season in his 26th start of the year for the veteran trotter. Congratulations CrossFit. Race 5 results are now official. Near last, that's Southwind Mac. They're circling for home. They went past 3/4 in 1:31 and 3. And Bubble Slide is out there sliding into home for Jimmy Gagnon. That's a triple on the driving side for Jimmy Gagnon today. A 3-length win over Wildfire Blue Chip. And Global Money, 201-1. Bubble Slide. Patrick out of Pay for Soup, owned by Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario, bred by the Order By stable of Boraz, Sweden, trained by Andrew Moore, and driven to the first seasonal victory and a maiden win, I believe, by Jimmy Gagnon. Congratulations, Bubble Slide, taking a 201-1 lifetime mark here. To do it, he's under pressure from Black Tie Bash, who isn't going away, looking to go 3 wide. I'm a stand-up guy for the stretch drive. A tough War We Exalt fights on as Black Tie Bash tries to move past. Black Tie Bash fighting on gamely, coming against War We Exalt, looking for revenge, and he finds it for Shepherd. That's Black Tie Bash ahead of War We Exalt, and I'm a stand-up guy. 156-1. Black Tie Bash was bred by Dan Coons of Munfordville, Kentucky, trained by Isabel Darvaux, and driven to his 4th seasonal victory, this time by Robert Shepherd. 156-1. A game effort in the Rideau Preferred Trot for Black Tie Bash. Jimmy Gagnon leading the way with Day Delight, keeping ahead of a fast closing Irresistible, who's good enough to be 5 lengths behind second best. Closing for Show, Stonebridge Hermes, ahead of Monty's Gone Marble, 152 flat. Day Delight, the official winner of race 8. The official results are posted. 4, Day Delight, the winner, over 5, Irresistible. 6, Stonebridge Hermes, finished 3rd, ahead of 3, Monty's Gone Marble, 4th. Those results are official for race 8. And Pascal Berube, he's getting reminders down the stretch, approaching the home stretch now. That's Mr. John leading the way, closing in. What's in the Esky on the outside, up the inside. Time to Dancing coming on, and it's going to be a close one here. Mr. John over Time to Dancing. What's in the Esky 3rd in 155-1. A dog owned by trainer Alain Filion of Sherbrooke, Quebec, bred by Gregory Day of Allentown, New Jersey, driven to the win by Pascal Berube. That's the 3rd win this season for Mr. John. A 155 winner for Pascal Berube. Congratulations. Results are now official. JD Magic Moon is coming on late. They're still chasing Match Me If You Can, who reached 3/4 in 127-4. Match Me If You Can leading the way, coming on late. Eyes of Justice. Eyes of Justice on the outside and surging up the inside. JD Magic Moon is coming on as well. Eyes of Justice finds Justice for Jimmy Gagnon. Close for place between JD Magic Moon and Match Me If You Can in 157-3. Official race 10 victory here at Rideau Carleton. Eyes of Justice, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Justice Hall out of Nobody Knows But Me, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, bred by Écurie Gaetan Bonneau Incorporé of Montreal, Quebec. Trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Jimmy Gagnon's Thursday's card at Rideau Carleton Raceway was a special win for driver Jimmy Gagnon, winning half the live races, including race 10 with trotter Eyes of Justice, who overtook Match Me If You Can in the stretch for the 157-3 victory. Join us again this Sunday for live racing from the nation's capital, post time 6:30 p.m. And if you're in the area on Saturday evenings, the Tammy Forgey Handicapping contest has reached a $2,300 jackpot. It's free to play, on track only, Saturday nights.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton Backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods
without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway for this Sunday evening racing. It's our 31st race night of the 2024 meet. Post time coming up for race 1 at 6:30. And take note tonight, we've got carryovers coming up in race 6 for both the Super High Five, $3,736.25 moving on there. And there's going to be a guaranteed pool in race 6 for the Super High Five of $7,500. And also in race 6, our pick 5 begins with a $717.66 carryover. So pay close attention to your program on the page with race 6. You'll want to do your handicapping there and get in on the high 5 and pick 5. It's a perfect evening for racing. The track is fast. Conditions are clear. 22 degrees Celsius, 71 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the northwest, 22 kilometers an hour or 14 miles per hour. Humidity is at 55%. There are a few changes coming up that we'll get around to shortly. Also, we had a couple of qualifiers at 5 o'clock, and I will share those results with you as well. Some familiar faces coming back to the races here at Rideau Carleton. We're about 23 minutes away from post time for race 1, a field of 6 pacers. We already have a strong favorite, the 4, Betts Beach. Although Betts Beach is going to have a different driver, there are going to be some driver changes coming up, starting in race 1 because Pascal Berube is not here so far this evening. Ryan Guy is now the driver on 4 Betts Beach, the current 3-5 favorite in race 1. We'll take a look at all those changes shortly. First of all, it's definitely worth mentioning that Tammy Forgey's handicapping contest, conducted on Saturday evenings in the Rideau Carleton Trackside Simulcast Lounge, was finally won last night. There were 2 winners in the on-track only, free-to-play handicapping contest, going for a jackpot of $2,300 last night. Ken McNabb and Stephen Elliott. Congratulations on some solid handicapping and winning that jackpot in the on-track Rideau Carleton handicapping contest. Enjoy your winnings. It starts again this coming Saturday evening at Rideau Carleton. Here are the changes coming up on tonight's card. In race 1, 3, Lisbon Sealster will be driven by Stéphane Pouliot instead of Robert Shepard. Also, 4, Betts Beach will be driven by Ryan Guy. So 2 driver changes in race 1 on 3, Lisbon Sealster to Stéphane Pouliot, and 4, Betts Beach going from Pascal Berube to Ryan Guy. In race 2, we also have 2 driver changes. On 4, 364 going from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy, and 6, Lost in the Moment going from Michel Legasse to Robbie Robinson. In race 3, there is 1 driver change to report, and that's on the 5, Light the Torch, who goes from Pascal Berube to Stéphane Brosseau. In race 4, there's a scratch. It's 6, Classic Jim, a vet scratch, sick. The also eligible 10, Bet I'm Shady, for driver Jimmy Gagnon, will draw in and start from post 6 in race 4. There were no changes in race 5. In race 6, we do have a driver change. That's on the 9, Rockin' My Dream, going from Pascal Berube to Mike Healy. In race 7, there's another driver change. On 2, Trion de Vie, going from Pascal Berube to Marie-Claude Auger. In race 8, there is 1 driver change. It's on the 1, John Snow, going from Pascal Berube to Ryan Guy. In race 9, on the 2, No Time at All, a driver change from Pascal Berube to Stéphane Pouliot. And 2 changes in race 10. On the 6, Bees Terrific, changed the driver from Pascal Berube to Stéphane Pouliot, and 8, American Frontier is scratched. That's your changes for this evening's card. No Pascal Berube with us, unfortunately, but fortunately we do have a range of other excellent drivers here taking part in the card at Rideau Carleton. We're about 18 minutes away from race 1. Unfortunately, due to a technical issue, there won't be a worth remembering video tonight, although John McMillan sends some excellent suggestions. We hope to get back to that for next week. Some moments in Rideau Carleton racing history on worth remembering. Here are the results from the qualifiers that were held earlier at 5 o'clock. In the first qualifier, there were 3 pacers, and it was won by Margot's Got the Cargo over Legion Sealster and DG's Tesla. Margot's Got the Cargo won by 1 1/4 lengths. She's owned, trained, and driven by Andrew Moore. The fractions were 30 and 4 for the opening quarter, 1 minute and 1/5 to the half, 1:28 flat at 3/4, 1:55 and 2 the winning mile in qualifier 1 for Margot's Got the Cargo. In the second qualifier, there were 2 horses. Got Precious Jewel won by 7 lengths over Captain 8. Got Precious Jewels is owned, trained, and driven by Danielle St. Pierre. The fractions were 32-1 to the opening quarter, 104-2 at the half, 134-3 at three quarters, 204-3 the winning mile for Got Precious Jewels. We're about 15 minutes away from post time for the first race of the 10-race card. There's continued favoritism on the betting board for number 4, Betts Beach. He does have that driver change. As previously announced, Pascal Berube not here to drive, so Ryan Guy is in the sulky for the favorite, Betts Beach, from post 4, currently at even money. Betts Beach was parked on the first turn. In his July 11th start here, he backed down to single file fourth behind 1-9 leader Mythic Gambler and made a first over move from fourth near three quarters. He got right up to challenge Mythic Gambler at the top of the stretch and held on for show. It was a game effort, and Betts Beach has now paced consecutive 153-1 miles and gets class relief here. The betting public has noticed he's our current favorite. My second choice here is currently at 3-1 odds. That's 5, well worth the wait, who had 3 Rideau wins in May. The most recent 2 of them for Jimmy Gagnon, who's driving again this evening. Well worth the wait took his 154-1 lifetime mark in an off-the-pace trip from an outside post here, May 16th. He was flushed out from third on the second turn last Sunday, got parked first over along the backstretch, and tired on the last turn, but he gets post and class relief here. That's 5, well worth the wait. Another to consider at 9-1 at the moment is number 1, Walk Off Zed-Tam for driver Josh Miller. They came first over early from an outside post at a lower Rideau classification last Sunday. They cleared Bad Apple to land on the lead at the quarter and held off a second move in the stretch by Bad Apple. That was the first 2024 victory for Walk Off Zed-Tam and Josh Miller. He's up in class here, but gets a perfect post for the front-end loving style that this horse often displays. 9-1 at the moment, Walk Off Zed-Tam. Second choice in the wagering right now at odds of 2-1. On the outside is 6, Conquest Sealster, who had back-to-back going away front-end trips from Rideau's mid-pack post positions back in May. Conquest Sealster took a 153-3 lifetime mark here, May 26th, with a pocket ride behind 1-5 favorite Mythic Gambler on July 4th. He had a late move up the inside path, and it fell short. Conquest Sealster was passed by Betts Beach that race, who came on late. Conquest Sealster getting some class relief here as well. He's second choice at the moment, 2-1. We're about 10 minutes away from post time for race 1, which features exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. It's also the first leg of the early daily double. Rideau Carleton is going to be taking part in National Caretaker Appreciation Day 2024. That's an initiative of Standardbred Canada to bring positive attention to the work done by Standardbred caretakers across the country. Lots of them on the Rideau Backstretch and the training centers where Rideau horses are based, doing great work every day. Rideau Carleton is going to have their National Caretaker Appreciation Day coming up in September. It's going to be on Thursday, September the 12th. Now displayed, track handicapper selections from myself and Glenn Pearson. We both agree on Betts Beach, the 4, currently at odds of 4 to 5. He's got class relief and has shown a lot of class in his last few starts here for Pascal Berube. Note the driver change, Ryan Guy taking the lines as Pascal Berube isn't with us this evening. Glenn Pearson going to Conquest Sealster, the 6, for second, and Walk-Off Zedtam, the 1, for third, completing the superfecta with 2 Beach Roller. I like the 4 on top. That's Betts Beach, but going to 5, well worth the wait for Jimmy Gagnon and trainer Brian Scott. Jimmy Gagnon with the hot hands here, winning 5 races on Thursday. Then to the rail, Walk-Off Zedtam, up in class, but after an impressive win here in his most recent start. I like him for third. Conquest Sealster completes my superfecta ticket.
Night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride, baby. Don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright, baby. I'ma have the best freaking night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride, baby. Don't you know I'm good?
We're about 4 minutes away from post time for race 1. We'll have the post parade coming out shortly. Continued favoritism for number 4, Betts Beach, here in race 1 for catch driver Ryan Guy. Some strong efforts at a higher classification recently. And he knows how to win. Betts Beach has won half of his starts this season, 4 of 8. Take note for those just arriving as the picnic tables fill up outside and horse players tune in on Horse Player Interactive and other ADW sites. We have no Pascal Berube listed to drive tonight. He is off his drives, unable to make it. So we have announced the driver changes, and I will update with each race, reminding you of those changes. In race 1, once again, the 3, Lisbon Seelster, has a driver change going from Robert Shepard to Stefan Pouliot, and the 4, Betts Beach, goes from Pascal Berube to Ryan Guy. In the second leg of the early double, race 2, there were 2 driver changes to note as well. The 4, 364, going from Stéphane Brasseau to Kyle Forgy, and 6, Lost in the Moment, going from Michel Legasse to Robbie Robinson. People just joining us, we'll also want to take an early look at race 6. We have 2 carryovers from last card, resulting in a pick 5 with a carryover in race 6 of $717.66. And the Super High Five also in race 6 had a carryover of $3,736.25 from Thursday, and that pool is now a guaranteed pool of $7,500. So an extra couple of incentives to pay close attention to race 6. It kicks off the one and only pick 5 of the card, and also has that guaranteed pool for the Super High Five. Post Parade is coming on track for race 1. These pacers are non-winners of $15,000 lifetime with allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible, $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $25,000 lifetime. Also eligible, non-winners of $350 in their last 5 starts. They're racing for a purse of $6,200. One is Walk Off Zedtam, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Joshua Miller. Two is Beach Roller, owned by trainer Gilbert Mercier, driven by Mike Healy. Three is Lisbon Sealster, owned by Michelle Letarte with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer. And note the driver change from Robert Shepard to Stéphane Pouliot on the 3. Four is 1-9 current favorite Betts Beach, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier and Jean Allaire. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Ryan Guy. Five is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott, trained by Brian Scott, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. And completing the field from post 6, it's Conquest Sealster, owned by Kathleen Pelletier, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the race 1 field. There's Exactor Triactor and Superfecta wagering here, and it's the first leg of the early daily double. We're taking a look at the current favorite here, a strong favorite at this point at odds of 1-9. That's Betts Beach for catch driver Ryan Guy. Betts Beach does have class relief here. He's been in deep and shown some class, facing tougher horses. Notably Mythic Gambler hitting the board in finishes behind that strong favorite. Betts Beach going from regular driver Pascal Berube to Flying Ryan Guy here, another among the top Rideau drivers. Take note, they will be going behind the gate shortly. Don't get shut out. The starter has called the field for race 1. Last chance to wager on the early double or any other wagers here in race 1. The field is going to be lining up behind the gate. And the field of 6 pacers is assembling in front of the grandstand for the start of race 1. One is Walk-Off Zedtam, Josh Miller. 2, Beach Roller, Mike Healy. 3, Lisbon Seelster, Stefan Pouliot. 4, Betts Beach, Ryan Guy. 5, Well Worth the Wait, Jimmy Gagnon. And 6, Conquest Seelster, Guy Gagnon. They're on the turn, headed to the backstretch for the start. They're lined up. And they're off and pacing. 3 of them leaving from mid-pack early and now soaring to the front. It's Betts Beach, parting horses for Ryan Guy to get there first. Sitting second by a widening 2 lengths is Walk-Off Zedtam. And from third now, Lisbon Seelster, part of the early pack leaving. He's back in third, just ahead of Well Worth the Wait, who showed some interest in going first over early. 27-1, a brisk opening quarter for 1-9 favorite Betts Beach, who's on the front end for catch driver Ryan Guy, coming in front of the grandstand. He's out there leading by 3 over Walk-Off Zedtam. Back in third, that's Lisbon Seelster. Here comes the first move into fourth from Betts, or that is Well Worth the Wait, as the field heads into the second turn. Up front, Betts Beach is still leading by 2 lengths, reaching the half in 56-2. Untroubled on the lead as Walk-Off Zedtam is next closest. He's now 4 lengths back in second. Caught along the inside third. Lisbon Seelster has nowhere to go. Parked first over fourth. That is Well Worth the Wait. Not advancing fast enough for Conquest Seelster. Underway 3 wide from the back of the field and moving into fourth as Lisbon Seelster slips out as well. Shuffled to last. That's Well Worth the Wait. Beach Roller is in the middle of the pack and coming on late. He's up into third on the inside, but they reach 3/4 in a 1:24-2, led by Betts Beach, out there by 6 widening lengths, and coming down the lane all alone for Ryan Guy. Betts Beach, a popular favorite, coming through to the applause of the Rideau crowd. Up for place, Beach Roller makes a strong showing and finishing third. That's Walk-Off Zedtam in 1:54-1. Unofficial results are posted for race 1, 1-9 favorite. Number 4, Betts Beach, gets the job done for catch driver Ryan Guy. Second, the 2, Beach Roller. Finishing third, 1, Walk-Off Zedtam. And up for fourth, 3, Lisbon Seelster. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, it's official race 1 winner, number 4, Betts Beach. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of Blue Beach Girl, owned by Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, with Jean Allaire of Montreal, Quebec. Bred by Pierre Leclerc of Quebec. The catch drive tonight by Ryan Guy, and it's a new lifetime mark of 154-1 for Betts Beach. The best bet beach, you could say, at odds of 1-9, a very popular favorite there, and a strong winner by open lengths in that new mark. Congratulations. Prices are now posted for race 1. For Betts Beach pays $2.10 to win. The $2 exactor 4-2 combination pays $32.10. The $1 triactor 4-2-1 pays $132.20, and the $1 superfecta 4-2-1-3 combination returns $227.60. The race 1 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Walk-Off Zedtam finished 3rd. 2, Beach Roller closed for 2nd. 3, Lisbon Sealster was 4th. 1-9 favorite. 4, Betts Beach took a lifetime mark of 154-1, winning for catch driver Ryan Guy. 5, Well Worth the Wait was 6th, and 6, Conquest Sealster finished 5th. From the top down, your program should read 324-165. The fractions were 27-1 to the opening quarter, 56-2 at the half, 124-2 at 3/4, 154-1 the winning mile for Betts Beach. We're turning the page now to race 2. Kicking off the early pick 4. There's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. We do have driver changes in this race. We're taking a look right now at my base wager, 20-cent hypothetical pick 4 that kicks off here in race 2. I'm going 3 deep in the first leg with 7, Bad Apple, who gets a driver change here. He's one of 2 of them with the driver change. 4, 364, who was also in my ticket, goes from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. And Bad Apple is my top choice this race, the 7. I also like 3, Illicit Affair for Jimmy Gagnon and trainer Ted McDonald. That one is overdue, but it looks like Illicit Affair was the choice of Jimmy Gagnon here, possibly over others in the field, and he certainly had the hot hands on Thursday. So Illicit Affair, one to consider, 5-1 at the moment. Favorite from the rail for Ryan Guy. Some people thinking Ryan Guy's going to go back-to-back here, and that's a possibility. Surratt Hanover, 3-2 at the moment from the rail. In race 3, I have 2 choices. 4, Bet 19 for Guy Gagnon, Mandy Archer. My top selection was 5, Light the Torch with the driver change from Berube to Brosseau. In race 4, I'm going 4 deep again with Watch a Strike's fame for Stéphane Pouliot, who seems overdue after another strong effort. 3, DA Captain Obvious, who just missed, finishing second to Lisbon Sealster on July 14th at this track. And my original pick, the 6 Classic Jim in race 4, is scratch sick, but the also eligible will draw into that post, and I will stay with the 6. That's Bet I'm Shady, who had her first win of the year right here at Rideau Carleton in her last start for Jimmy Gagnon. And that early pick 5, or pick 4 that is, ends in the top class. That's the preferred handicap pace in race 5, where for the light speed, seems obvious, but I'm also using 3 Aladdin and 5 Jet Rock, who have both been able to catch him on occasion. An update on the driver changes in race 2. On 4, 364, he is going from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. But there was an earlier driver change that was given out that is incorrect this race. 6, Lost in the Moment, is being driven by Michel Legasse. It's 7, Bad Apple, going to be catch driven by Robbie Robinson, filling in for Pascal Berube, who is not with us tonight. So 7, Bad Apple, currently at odds of 1-5, a strong favorite, is being catch driven by Robbie Robinson. The field is approaching for the race 2 post parade. And the race 2 pacers are on the track. They are non-winners of $10,000 or $12,500 for the fillies and mares in their lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $2,500. Also eligible, non-winners of $100 per start in their last 10. The purse, $6,000. 1 is Surratt Hanover, owned by trainer Jeremy Marcotte, driven by Ryan Guy. Two is Run for the Money, owned by Renison Racing, with Scott Green, Jeff Lilly, and Mark Gallant, trained by Mike Armstrong. Also driving, that is Mike Armstrong. Three is Illicit Affair, owned by Julia Ferguson with Lloyd Stone. Ted McDonald trains, Jimmy Gagnon drives. Four is 364, owned by trainer Marcel Roson. Changed the driver from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. Five is Sports Hunter, owned by Michelle Letarte, with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. Six is Lost in the Moment, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Legasse. Seven is current 1-2 favorite, Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne, trained by Benoit Ibert. And note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Robbie Robinson. And now on track, completing the field from post 8, it's Battle of York, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with a numbered Canadian corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's the complete field for race 2, with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early pick for wagering. We're taking a look at the 3-5 favorite right now. That's Bad Apple. Originally slated to be driven by Pascal Berube. He looked like Pascal Berube's choice over Illicit Affair this race, and possibly others. Bad Apple was first to the front, but opted for a pocket ride to the opening quarter last Sunday. Following the 15-1 winner, walk-off Zedtam, Bad Apple made a late move up the inside path and just missed. He took his 157.3 lifetime mark at this track September 23rd last year for Pascal Berube in an off-the-pace win from post 7. He's a strong closer and teamed up this evening with the Rocket, Robbie Robinson. Some other contenders here. Track handicapper selections now on screen, myself and Glenn Pearson. Glenn is going with one of those alternative picks here. He likes 5, Sports Hunter to win. Sports Hunter broke his maiden here June 30th for driver Robert Shepard, who was listed on Run for the Money, who is now being driven by Mike Armstrong. Guy Gagnon is driving the Mandy Archer trainee after Sunday's trip from the rail. Sports Hunter sat single file third to the half. Following walk-off, Sid Tam was first over on the backstretch, but lost late momentum. He gets a bit of class relief here. And the starter has called the field for race 2. This is your final chance to play the early pick 4. The race 2 field is assembling in front of the grandstand for the start. 1 is Surratt Hanover for Ryan Guy. 2, Run for the Money, Mike Armstrong. 3, Illicit Affair, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, 364 for Kyle Forgy. 5, Sports Hunter, Guy Gagnon. 6, Lost in the Moment, Michel Legasse. 7, Bad Apple, Robbie Robinson. And 8, on the outside, Battle of York for Stéphane Pouliot. They're all getting into place. 364 taking his time, and so is Battle of York. But they're lining up on the backstretch for race 2 and the start of the early pick 4. They're off and pacing. Speed from the outside from Bad Apple getting underway early, using rail advantage to his advantage. Surratt Hanover also blasting for Ryan Guy, and he's going to sit the pocket behind Bad Apple, who quickly opens up by 2, advancing first over early on that first turn. Illicit Affair is underway for Jimmy Gagnon as they head to the opening quarter. Bad Apple getting there in 28-1, and behind him the early battle has been settled. Surratt Hanover sits 2 lengths back in second, and following now Illicit Affair, the early challenger, has settled single file third, just ahead of Run for the Money. Sports Hunter is in 5th, followed in 6th by Lost in the Moment. Stepping out now from second last, 364 is on a break and taken wide by Kyle Forgy. Battle of York is now second last, but gapping. They went by the half in 59 flat, with Bad Apple leading the way, feeling no pressure yet as Surratt Hanover is content in the pocket. Not so content, Sports Hunter is underway and up to the sulky wheel, up to the saddle pad, second. And out there, first over for Guy Gagnon, challenging Bad Apple on route 2 3/4. Surratt Hanover keeping pace from third, and coming on now into 4th, that's Illicit Affair, 128-1, and pressing the pace on the outside. Sports Hunter for Guy Gagnon. Bad Apple fighting back on the inside, looking for a seam up the inside. Surratt Hanover for Ryan Guy. They come down the stretch, and it's among these 3 pacers battling for the win. Bad Apple fighting back, Sports Hunter fighting on the outside, and it's going to be Bad Apple on the inside. It looks like narrowly ahead of Sports Hunter. Surratt Hanover for show, 157-3. Hold all tickets. A very close decision for win here. Bad Apple on the inside, and coming to him on the outside, Sports Hunter. Very tight battle to the wire. And it was tight enough that I got that one wrong. 5, Sports Hunter, narrowly gets the win at odds of 4-1 for Guy Gagnon. Second in that win photo is 7, Bad Apple, the 4-5 favorite. Finishing third, 1, Surratt Hanover, and fourth, 3, Illicit Affair. Results are unofficial. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 2 winner, 5, Sports Hunter. He's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer out of Miss Mitzi B, owned by Michelle Letard of Quebec with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton of Ontario. Bred by Tara Hills Stud Limited and Glenn Bechtel of Ontario. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. The 157-3 victory is a new lifetime mark for Sports Hunter. And results are now official for race 2. Five, Sports Hunter pays $10.90 to win. The $2 exactor 5-7 combination returns $28.20. The $2 early double 4-5 combination pays $14.60. The $1 Triactor 571 pays $35. The $1 Superfacta 5713 pays $158.25. The race 2 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Surratt Hanover finished 3rd. 2, Run for the Money was 5th. 3, Illicit Affair was 4th. 4, 364 did not finish after the break. 5, Sports Hunter, the race winner for Guy Gagnon in a lifetime best, 157.3. 6, Lost in the Moment was 6th. 7, Bad Apple, 4-5 beaten favorite, finished 2nd in a close photo for win. And 8, Battle of York was 7th. From the top down, your program should read 354 DNF 1627. The fractions were 28 and 1 to the opening quarter, 59 flat at the half, 128 and 1 at 3/4, 157 and 3 the winning mile for Sports Hunter and Guy Gagnon. Now on your screens, the win photo, that's how close it was. Sometimes it's a war of the noses. In those win photos, on the outside, Sports Hunter, the 5, gets it for Guy Gagnon, just ahead of a game number 7 on the inside, Bad Apple for Robbie Robinson. A reminder that if you haven't checked out race 6 in your program yet, you may want to do that, although we're only at race 3 on the card. Race 6, we have a super high five guaranteed pool of $7,500. There's a carryover of $3,736 from the previous super high five offered, which was not hit. Moving on, as part of that guaranteed pool of $7,500 in the Super High Five, some newcomers at the track tonight. A Super High Five, you pick the top 5 in order of finish for the one race. In this case, race 6, your top 5 horses in exact order of finish. Also, in race 6, we have a pick 5 carryover of $717.66. The pick 5 is where you pick the winners of races 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. One winner for each race of the last 5 on the card. A 20-cent minimum and some strong incentives to play tonight with those carryovers and the guaranteed pool in race 6.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton Backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods
without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
As we wait for the race 3 post parade to come on track, we're just taking a quick look at what's offered here. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. There is 1 driver change as well. 5 Light the Torch going from Pascal Berube to Stéphane Brosseau. We'll talk about some wagering ideas here. After the post parade, the horses are approaching the track for the race 3 post parade. And the race 3 pacers are coming on track. They are non-winners of $7,500 and $1 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible, non-winners of $60,000 lifetime, and also eligible $25,000 claimers. The purse, $8,500. One is Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bragagnolo, with Lynn Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier. Ryan Guy does the driving. Two is Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Victor Putty. Jimmy Gagnon drives. Three is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Four is Bet 19, owned by Mark Kerouac, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. Five is 1-2 current favorite Light the Torch, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau with Jean Fontaine. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Stéphane Brosseau. Six is Hugh Heff, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton with Wayne Hutt and the Max Webster stable. Mandy Archer trains. Robert Shepard drives. And completing the field from post 7, it's Party Vibes, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur with Pierre and Michel Blais. Marie-Claude Auger is in the sulky. That's your field for race 3 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. Taking a look at the field, the favorite is a semi-obvious one. From post 5, it's Light the Torch, making his first start below the Rideau Carleton preferred handicap level since his May 12th debut at this track. He had post 7 in the Sunday preferred handicap at Hippodrome 3R last week. He was third over from last to the opening quarter and had a 3-wide move on the backstretch, but picked up excess cover. He closed widest of all and unfortunately wasn't part of the ticket there. But he has a strong history at Rideau Carleton with 2 151 and 2 miles in his most recent starts at this track. Currently at odds of 1-2, that's 5. Light the Torch, a popular favorite. Others to consider here. At odds of 4-1 at the moment, 3 Shotgun Jerry, won in his seasonal best of 153 and 2 last Sunday for Stéphane Pouliot. Both of his wins this year were front-end trips. When he had the rail, he refused to sit the pocket behind Lancaster Bomber on Sunday and led by open lengths at the top of the stretch. He had a six-race win streak for Pouliot last year from June 8th to August 3rd. So he's often good at this time of year. That's 3, Shotgun Jerry. He is Glenn Pearson's second choice horse after Light the Torch in his Superfecta ticket here. I like the 4 at odds of 16 to 1. That's bet 19 for Robert Shepard and Mandy Archer. A long shot, 16 to 1, but that's a powerful stable. I am using Shotgun Jerry, 3rd in my ticket. And Glenn and I both like Skylar from post 2. He finished 3rd as beaten 6-5 favorite here Sunday from the Rideau rail, following Flash Cube from 3rd to the half. He got boxed in and shuffled back. And he's a horse who likes to close from far back on the outside, out of the sky, as I've said before. So Skylar, not a fan of those inside posts. He may still be a good performer here, though. He's 7-2 at the moment. Jimmy Gagnon seeking his first win of the night after a very strong Thursday. However you see it, the starter has called the field, and race 3 is going behind the gate here, kicking off the early pick 3 at Rideau Carleton. From the inside out, the race 3 field consists of 1, Perpetual Rock for Ryan Guy, 2, Skylar, Jimmy Gagnon, 3, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot, 4, Bet 19, Guy Gagnon, 5, Light the Torch for Catch Driver, Stéphane Brosseau, 6, Hugh Heff for Robert Shepard, and 7, Party Vibes for Marie-Claude Auger. They're on the backstretch. Approaching the start. And they're off and through the center. Shotgun Jerry for Stéphane Pouliot, living up to his name once again, but he's out there 3 wide early as Skylar wants an early position as well. Sitting behind those dueling leaders, it's Perpetual Rock in 3rd. Coming on, but backing down, Light the Torch was out there 4th and is forced back to 5th behind Bet 19 on the first turn. Up front now, it's still an ongoing battle to the quarter in 28-1. A battle that looks to be settled now as Skylar finally clears Shotgun Jerry to lead the way down the stretch for Jimmy Gagnon approaching the second turn. Shotgun Jerry in the pocket now ahead of Perpetual Rock. Bet 19 is 4th, and following from 5th, that's Light the Torch. Back at the rear of the field are Party Vibes and trailer Hugh Heff. They're single file on the second turn, going past the half in 57-2, led now by Skylar with Shotgun Jerry. Not done yet. He's close up in the pocket, coming first over now into 3rd. Bet 19 to his inside, sitting 4th, Perpetual Rock. Lacks racing room. That's second over now in 5th for Light the Torch, who's trying to get around a stalling Bet 19. 3/4 reached in 1:25-1. It's a 3-wide move now for the favorite. That's Light the Torch, and Stéphane Brosseau trying to hunt down Skylar, who's on the front end. He'll need all the stretch he can get. Up the inside, Shotgun Jerry is coming on. Perpetual Rock has late pace, but Skylar uses different tactics tonight for Jimmy Gagnon. Coming on for place, it's between Perpetual Rock and Shotgun Jerry, 1:53-1. Unofficial results are now posted for race 3 at odds of 9-2. Number 2, Skylar prevails for Jimmy Gagnon. Second, 1, Perpetual Rock. Third, 3, Shotgun Jerry. And fourth was 7, Party Vibes at odds of 45-1. Hold all tickets. Now parading back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, unofficial race 3 winner, number 2, Skylar. He's an 8-year-old bay gelding by Rock and Image out of Courtster, owned by Limco Incorporated of Châteauguay, Quebec, bred by Sutton's Bay Racing of Grand Rapids, Michigan, trained by Victor Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's the 7th seasonal win for Skylar in his 31st start of the year. He keeps going strong. Skylar, a 153-1 winner for Jimmy Gagnon. Congratulations. Race 3 results are now official. Number 2, Skylar returns 1170 to win. The $2 exactor 2-1 combination pays $61.50. The $1 try 213 returns $119.30, and the superfecta $1,612.20 for the $1 combination 2137. The race 3 rundown is now posted. 1, Perpetual Rock finished second. 2, Skylar, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Shotgun Jerry was third. 4, Bet 19 ended up 7th. 5, 1-5 favorite Light the Torch finished 5th. 6, Hugh Hef was 6th. 7, Party Vibes finished 4th. From the top down, your program should read 2, 1, 3, 7, 5, 6, 4. The fractions were 28 and 1 to the opening quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 125 and 1 at 3/4, and a winning 153 and 1 mile for Skylar and Jimmy Gagnon. It was a tight battle for place that race. And as you can see on the outside, that is the 1, Perpetual Rock for Ryan Guy. Edging out the 3, Shotgun Jerry on the inside for Stefan Pouliot. Race 4 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. Take note that there was a scratch here of the 6, Classic Jim, who was sick. So it's a veterinary scratch of 6, Classic Jim. But the 10 in your program, the also eligible Bet I'm Shady for Vic Putty and Jimmy Gagnon, is drawing into the race and will start from post 6. So that's the 10, Bet I'm Shady, currently at odds of 2 to 1, is starting from post 6 after the scratch of Classic Jim. It's great to see everybody enjoying the picnic tables on the tarmac tonight at Rideau Carleton. You might want to check out the new options in the trackside snack bar just inside. Some good pizza, I understand, among other snacks there. And if you've got younger racing fans with you, or you are a younger racing fan, it's great to watch from the fence and cheer for your favorite horses. Not so good to climb on the fence or sit on the fence. So keep that in mind and enjoy the races.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
As we wait for the post parade to come out for race 4, it's a good time to congratulate the winners of the Saturday night handicapping contest here in the Rideau Carleton Simulcast Lounge. It's free to enter. You must be on track Saturday evenings in the Trackside Simulcast Lounge to play. And the $2,300 jackpot had been building for a while. It was won last night by 2 successful handicappers, Ken McNabb and Stephen Elliott. Congratulations. And the jackpot will start building again this coming Saturday evening in the Simulcast Lounge at Rideau Carleton. The race 4 Pacers are coming on track for the post parade. They are non-winners of $4,000 or fillies and mares $6,000 or a race lifetime. 2-year-olds draw inside and they race for a purse of $5,600. Leading the post parade, 1 Better Than Houdini, owned by Écurie Largo Encore Paré, trained by Pierre-Marc Longpré, and driven by Kyle Forgy. Two is Bauer Power, owned by William Beecham with Gavin Christie, trained and driven by Robbie Robinson. 3 is D.A. Captain Obvious, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Germain. 4 is Watch a Strike's Fame, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with Danielle Belial and Donald Jobin, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 5 is Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lemarand, trained and driven by Mike Healy. 6 Classic Jim is a vet scratch, 7 is Naughty Pursuit, owned by William Gibson, trained by Brian Gibson. Robert Shepard is in the sulky. 8 is Tia, owned by Alexis Zielke, trained and driven by Sebastian Turan. From trailing post 9, it's Wild and Crazy, owned by trainer Benoit Hébert with Elodie Hébert. Ryan Guy does the driving. And the 10 is current 8-5 favorite, drawing in and starting from post 6 as the also eligible, it's Bet I'm Shady, owned by Hut Racing Stable, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's your field for race 4 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick 4 wagering. The complexion of race 4 definitely changed a bit after the scratch that took place. Classic Jim was a top contender this race for Guy Gagnon, dropping in from Quebec Stakes Company. And now the betting public is favoring 10, Bet I'm Shady, for Jimmy Gagnon and Vic Putty, who had a great day here on Thursday at Rideau Carleton. In fact, Bet I'm Shady was a winner on the Thursday, July 18th card at this track in 156 and 2. She was in with a field consisting of lightly raced fillies and mares, several 2-year-olds. I think she's in a little bit deeper here. She's 9-5 at the moment. And again, take note, she is the also eligible, so she has the 10 saddle number, but she will start from post 6. That's Bet I'm Shady. Others to consider here, the 4, Watch a Strike's Fame, who stalked D.A. Captain Obvious, the pace setter, from a loose pocket to the top of the stretch here Sunday and made a late move up the inside path that fell just short. Watch a Strike's Fame paced the field's second fastest closing quarter of 29 and 2, and it was his second fastest mile this year, a 1:57 and 2 mile. He won his first ever qualifier last July 9th at Rideau Carleton. He's yet to find the winner's circle in a pari-mutuel race, and he's 17-1 at the moment. That's 4, Watch a Strike's Fame. Favoritism has shifted towards the 3, D.A. Captain Obvious. Steve Germain drove him and drives him again tonight. Last start, D.A. Captain Obvious took the lead from Watch a Strike's Fame, opened up in front of the grandstand, and he was second by a head to Lisbon Sealster. D.A. Captain Obvious is the 7-5 choice of the late money. The starter has called the field for race 4. This is your last warning if you'd like to get in on the middle pick 4, 20-cent minimum, or any other wagers here as they are lining up shortly for the start of race 4. The starter has called the field, and they are now assembling for race 4. 1 is Better Than Houdini, Kyle Forgy. 2, Bauer Power, Robbie Robinson. 3, D.A. Captain Obvious, Steve Germain. 4, Watch a Strike's Fame, Stefan Pouliot. 5, Shadow Dave, Mike Healy. 6, Classic Jim is scratched. But 10, Bet I'm Shady, draws into that post position for Jimmy Gagnon. 7 is Naughty Pursuit, Robert Shepard. 8 is Tia, Sebastian Turenne. The trailer from post 9, Wild and Crazy, Ryan Guy. They're all still getting in place as they come off the turn onto the Rideau backstretch. It's a somewhat uneven start coming up as they're trying to get in place. They're off and pacing with the early lead to DA Captain Obvious, and he's battling Bauer Power for Robbie Robinson. That one now snatching the lead as DA Captain Obvious and Steve Germain settle in the pocket 2 lengths behind that leader. It's another 3 lengths back to third for Watch a Strike's Fame. The top 3 have a little bit of separation ahead of 4th place Shadow Dave, circling towards the opening quarter of 28 and 2. Bauer Power looking powerful on the front end right now for Robbie Robinson. He's got a 2-length advantage over next best DA Captain Obvious. Then it's another 2-length gap back to Watch a Strike's Fame in third. In fourth, still Shadow Dave stepping out now to come first over. Following that cover, Tia is moving from second over fifth and also getting involved there on the turn. It looks like we are seeing something from Bet I'm Shady coming third over from the back of the pack. They went by the half in 58 and 2. Some of them are somewhat scattered at the back. Better Than Houdini is trailing, and that's Naughty Pursuit second last and gapping as the leaders are headed to the 3/4 point, still led by Bauer Power on the front end with DA Captain Obvious in the pocket, working hard first over into second. That's Shadow Dave. They pass 3/4 in 1:27 and 3, and they're circling for home with Bauer Power trying to get there ahead of tenacious Shadow Dave on the outside. And here they come down the stretch. DA Captain Obvious makes a move up the inside, and they're 3 wide trying to get to the wire first. Shadow Dave is going to prevail. Holding on for second, Bauer Power, and he's just ahead of DA Captain Obvious in 1:57 and 2. The AGCO judges have informed me that there will be an inquiry posted concerning the braking rule, and number 10, Bet I'm Shady, who was one of them having difficulty getting in place for the start. So the judges are reviewing footage to see if number 10, Bet I'm Shady, was in position for the start and compliant with the braking rule. So hold all tickets. The inquiry is on the 10. Unofficial race 4 results are now posted. 5, Shadow Dave, a 7-2 winner for Mike Healy. Second, 2, Bauer Power. Third, 3, DA Captain Obvious. And finishing fourth, but the subject of the current inquiry concerning the braking rule near the start, that's 10, Bet I'm Shady, the last flash favorite, but under review. Hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, it's unofficial race 4 winner, number 5, Shadow Dave. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding by Shadow Play out of Rosa Pena, owned by Anne Lemerond of Gatineau, Quebec, bred by James David Allen of Jasper, Ontario, trained and driven to victory by Mike Healy. That's the first seasonal victory for Shadow Dave in his 15th start this season. 157-2 is also a new lifetime mark. Congratulations to Shadow Dave and Connections on a breakthrough victory in race 4. We're now taking a look at the footage that was considered by the AGCO judges, looking at 10, Bet I'm Shady, and a momentary break before the start. Looking at the footage, she was compliant with the braking rule. There was no violation, and results will stand as posted. 10, Bet I'm Shady, finished 4th, and will stay up in 4th. Race 4 results are now official. 5, Shadow Dave returns $9.20 to win. The $2 exactor 5-2 combination pays $68.80. The $1 try 5-2-3 returns $84.90. The $1 superfecta 5-2-3-10 pays $297.40. The race 4 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Better Than Houdini, finished 9th. 2, Bauer Power was 2nd. 3, DA Captain Obvious was 3rd. 4, Watch a Strike's Fame was 6th. 5, Shadow Dave, the race winner for Mike Healy in a new lifetime best, 157 and 2. 6, Classic Jim was scratch sick. 7, Naughty Pursuit finished 8th. 8, Tia finished 7th. 9, Wild and Crazy was 5th. And the also eligible who drew into post 6, that's the 10, Bet I'm Shady, closed for 4th. From the top down, your program should read 92361 scratch 8754. The fractions were 28 and 2 to the opening quarter, 58 and 2 to the half, 127 and 3 at 3/4, 157 and 2 the winning mile for Shadow Dave. The top class pacers are coming up in the race 5 preferred handicap. No changes this race. The early favorite from post 3 is Aladdin for driver Stéphane Brosseau and trainer Maxime Vellet. Aladdin currently at odds of 7-5 after last Sunday's Hippodrome 3R preferred handicap victory from post 5. Also for Stéphane Brosseau, he was a winning favorite in 153 and 4. It's a small but deep field in the preferred handicap pace tonight, in addition to Aladdin, who won the June 16th Rideau preferred handicap. We've got the Light Speed from post 4, the multiple Rideau Horse of the Year for trainer driver Guy Gagnon, getting some post relief here. Post parade will be coming on track shortly for the race 5 preferred handicap pace. As we wait for the top class pacers to come on track, just a note about the tote board. We have a dramatic shift to early action. The 4th choice of myself and fellow Rideau handicapper Glenn Pearson. He's now the favorite, the 5-year-old gelding, coming in from Ocean Downs, is making a debut for Mandy Archer with Ryan Guy in the sulky. Early action is back up to 5-2 as the board has shifted once again to the Light Speed from post 4. He's 7-5 favorite. He's the top selection of both Glenn and myself. The Light Speed loves Rideau Carleton. He has 8 wins this year from 17 starts and a 151 and 4 winning mile here. For second, Glenn is looking to the outside, and 5, Jet Rock, who was a winner on the front end for Robert Shepard and trainer Isabelle Darvaux in the July 7th Rideau preferred handicap pace. I like Jet Rock for third. I'm looking to Aladdin from post 3 as my place horse. Glenn is putting Aladdin third in his ticket. However you see it, there's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering here in race 5. You also may want to look ahead in the program to race 6 with our super high 5 with the guaranteed pool of $7,500 with the carryover of $3,736 going into that. Race 6 also kicks off our one and only pick 5, also with a carryover starting in race 6 of $717.66. That's all coming up in race 6, a must-play race on the 10 race card here at Rideau Carleton. The preferred pacers are approaching from the backstretch and will be on track shortly for the post parade. Now coming on track for the post parade, it's the preferred handicap pacers racing for a purse of $10,000. One is Flash Cube, owned by Yvonne Mondu, trained by Guy Gagnon, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. Two is Rideau Newcomer, Early Action, owned by Jamie Copley with Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. Three is Aladdin, owned by Guy Courbet, trained by Maxime Vellet, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Four is the current 6-5 favorite, the Lightspeed, owned by Michel Nollet, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Completing this field from post 5, it's Jet Rock, owned by Écurie CSL, with Les Écuries d'Orléans, trained by Isabelle Darvaux and driven by Robert Shepard. No changes, and the race 5 pacers will be going behind the gate shortly. We're taking a look at current 6-5 favorite, the Lightspeed. He looks for revenge after being beaten in the July 7th Rideau Preferred Handicap. He settled 4th along the pylons on the first turn that start as Jet Rock battled first over challenger Light the Torch to the quarter. The Lightspeed was first over at the half, gaining ground along the backstretch, but couldn't catch Jet Rock in the stretch. He was a beaten 2-5 favorite there and gets some post relief tonight. The Lightspeed for Guy Gagnon, 6-5 at the moment. Other contenders here include 3 Aladdin, who won the June 16th Rideau Preferred Handicap with a bridle change that start. He had a few bridle changes this season already, and they definitely figured it out. He's been very strong. That race, he stalked from 4th as Full Horse parked the Lightspeed past the opening quarter and then closed widest and fastest down the stretch for his seasonal best, 1:52-1 victory. And Aladdin also had a front-end win in the Hippodrome 3R Preferred last Sunday. 5, Jet Rock, surprisingly at odds of 4-1 right now from that outside post. Post 5 is not a disadvantage the way post 7 or 8 is, especially for a strong closer like Jet Rock. He also has gate speed. He and Robert Shepard parked Light the Torch on the first turn here, then cleared Light the Torch to retake the lead past the opening quarter in the July 7th Rideau Preferred Handicap. Jet Rock subsequently wired with an uncharacteristic front end trip. He's known more for his late speed. Jet Rock here starts to the outside of the light speed, so tactics may need to change a little bit. However you see it, they are about to go behind the gate for the preferred handicap pace. The starter has called the Pacers. Last chance to wager on race 5 as this field assembles behind the gate for the top class. 1 is Flash Cube, Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Early Action, Ryan Guy. 3, Aladdin, Stéphane Brosseau. 4, The Lightspeed, Guy Gagnon. And 5, on the outside, Jet Rock for Robert Shepard. They're into the turn and quickly approaching the start. They're on the backstretch. Flash Cube a little behind the others. They're close up now. They're off and pacing, and from the center of the pack, Aladdin and the Lightspeed dueling early. They're out there with Flash Cube defending the rail, and coming on second over early from 4th, Early Action lives up to his name, but decides to settle into 4th. At the back of the pack, known closer Jet Rock sits there en route to the opening quarter. Up front, 1-5 favorite, the Lightspeed takes charge, 27-1. The opening quarter for Guy Gagnon's star, who looks to cut the fractions here. The Lightspeed has early control, and sitting second, that's Aladdin for Brosseau, biding his time, single file third. Flash Cube following in 4th, Early Action, and still trailing is Jet Rock. They're in a single file procession around the second turn, headed to the halfway point with the Lightspeed making the fractions 56-3 to the half. The Lightspeed is still there, unchallenged, as Aladdin waits his turn second, and still following from third. That's Flash Cube. Here comes movement from the back of the pack as Jet Rock advances first over into third and gaining, and also second over coming now from the back of the field. Early Action getting involved. There's 3 in and 2 out as this field reaches 3/4 in 1:24-4. The Lightspeed now has Jet Rock breathing down his neck on the outside, trying to go 3 wide. Early Action and looking for a seam up the inside. Aladdin, they turn for home. The Lightspeed under serious pressure. Here comes Aladdin up the inside, flying late. That's Jet Rock on the outside. Jet Rock is going to get there by about a half length over the Lightspeed, with Aladdin holding on for show in 1:52-2. Race 5 unofficial results are now posted. 5 Jet Rock, the race winner for Robert Shepard. Second at odds of 1 to 5, number 4, the Light Speed. Third, 3 Aladdin. And fourth, 2 Early Action. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial Race 5 winner, number 5, Jet Rock. An 8-year-old bay gelding by Rock and Roll Heaven out of Jet Wash. Owned by Écurie CSL, Sorel Tracy, Quebec. With Les Écuries d'Orléans, Incorporé, Saint-Roch de Richelieu, Quebec. Bred by Crawford Farms, LLC, New York, trained by Isabel Darvo, and driven to his second seasonal victory by Robert Shepard. Jet Rock, a 152-2 winner in tonight's preferred handicap pace. Congratulations. And results are now official for race 5. 5 Jet Rock pays $6.30 to win. The $2 exactor, 5-4, returns $9.40. The $1 triactor, $7.40. The $1 pick 3 ending here, $75.75 for the 255 3 of 3 ticket. The $1 pick 4, $788 and change. The 20-cent edition of that pick 4, $157.65 for the 5255 20-cent pick 4. Once again, the $1 triactor, $7.75 for the 543 combination, and the $1 superfecta, $17.10 for the 5432 ticket. The race 5 rundown is now posted. 1, Flash Cube was 5th. 2, Early Action finished 4th. 3, Aladdin was 3rd. 1 to 5 favorite number 4, The Light Speed, was 2nd. And 5, Jet Rock, the race winner for Robert Shepard. The fractions, 27-1 to the quarter, 56-3 to the half, 124-4 at 3/4, 152-2 the winning mile for Jet Rock. From the top down again, your program should read 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some surprises tonight already. Some driver changes that have kind of had an impact on handicapping, I would say, for myself and some others. Sorry to hear from Jonathan on Twitter, knocked out of the pick 4 in the last leg by Jet Rock there, unfortunately. And race 6 is a great chance to get involved again, to take a chance here on the guaranteed pool for the Super High 5, $7,500 guarantee. There's also a pick 5 carryover here, and that is over $717. So a carryover in the high 5 of $3,736 has been boosted. $7,500 now the guaranteed pool there for the Super High 5. This race, race 6. Track handicapper Glenn Pearson also sent me a note saying Pearson picks hot tonight at Rideau Carleton. Shadow Dave wins maiden in start 75, and he was Glenn's top pick tonight. Better late than never. Actually, looking back on race 4, Shadow Dave was part of the exactor there, I believe, that Glenn had. Either way, Shadow Dave, a good night, and a good night for Pearson's picks found in your program here at Rideau Carleton. The early favorite in the win pool at odds of 3 to 5 is the one, Press Time. He was a winning favorite 2 starts ago. A beaten favorite last Sunday. Let's see what he does from the rail tonight. Here comes the post parade for a race 6. The race 6 pacers are coming on track for the post parade. They are $8,500 claimers competing for a purse of $5,200. Note there is a claim entered on 4, Rock and Roll Nation. Leading the post parade, 3 to 5 favorite number 1, Press Time, owned by Jamie and Ryan Copley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 2 is Tahuya Brew, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Robert Shepard. Three is Uber Hanover, owned by Nicole Corbin, trained by Yves Corbin, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Four is Rock and Roll Nation, owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist. Note that Rock and Roll Nation has been claimed. Five is Always Your Way, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson, trained by Jamie Johnson, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Six is Big Pete's Style, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, Ryan Guy in the sulky. Seven is Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. Eight is Jim's Big Thrill, owned by Brian Scott. He also trains. Stéphane Pouliot is in the bike. And from trailing post 9, it's Rockin' My Dream, owned by trainer Alain Martin. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Mike Healy. I believe Rockin' My Dream will be a little late. Here he is. He's on the scene now. That's Rockin' My Dream from trailing post 9. His regular driver, Mike Healy, is back in the bike here. Pascal Berube off all his drives tonight. No other changes in race 6 other than Mike Healy driving 9, Rockin' My Dream, and the claim entered on 4, Rock and Roll Nation. Take note if you're playing the pick 5 that kicks off in race 6. Coming up in race 7, the second leg, 2, Trion de Vie is being driven by Marie-Claude Auger. In race 8, 1, John Snow will be driven by Ryan Guy. In race 9, 2, No Time at All is being driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And in race 10, 8, American Frontier is scratched, and 6, Bees Terrific will be driven by Stéphane Pouliot. All of those driver changes necessary as we don't have Pascal Berube here with us tonight, and we miss his presence at Rideau Carleton. We're taking a look on track. We were taking a look at 1, Press Time, the favorite, ongoing at odds of 2 to 5. He and Guy Gagnon went straight to the lead on Sunday, starting from the Rideau rail, as they are again tonight. Press Time tried to wire like he did July 7th, but got overtaken by closers in the stretch, and he was a beaten 1-9 favorite. Press Time is the top selection of Glenn Pearson here. He's going with the 5, Always Your Way, in the second spot. I also like Always Your Way second. He looks like Jimmy Gagnon's possible choice over Tahuya Brew. I like Press Time for third. He sometimes seems to lose momentum, so I'm putting him third in my ticket. For fourth, I'm going To the 6, Big Pete Style for Ryan Guy, who had 2 April wins at this track at the $8,500 claiming level. And he's coming in off a July 12th win at Kawartha. Was a narrow off-the-pace win. His fastest this year, 1:57.1. Also in the ticket for both Glenn and I, his 4th place horse, my 5th place horse in the Super High Five, that's Uber Hanover for Stéphane Brasseau. He pocketed up behind Press Time last start and was overtaken in the stretch by Rock and Roll Nation, my top pick, and Jim's Big Thrill. They're going to be going behind the gate shortly here. This is your final chance to take advantage of that guaranteed pool for the Super High Five, $7,500. And the pick 5 kicks off here, $717 carryover. Your one and only chance to play as the field lines up for race 6. The horses are lining up in front of the grandstand, headed into the turn for race 6. 1 is Press Time, Guy Gagnon. 2, Tahuya Brew, Robert Shepard. 3, Uber Hanover, Stéphane Brasseau. 4, Rock and Roll Nation, Jason Gilchrist. 5, Always Your Way, Jimmy Gagnon. 6, Big Pete Style, Ryan Guy. 7, Officer Jones, Marie-Claude Auger. 8, Jim's Big Thrill, Stéphane Pouliot. And from trailing post 9, Rockin' My Dream for Mike Healy. The field is on the backstretch, headed to the start of the Rideau Pick 5. They're off and pacing. There goes Press Time, leaving from the rail, aggressively advancing. Always Your Way is 3 wide, coming on between horses, getting squeezed back. That's Uber Hanover looking for a seat along the pylons behind Rockin' My Dream, who advanced into 3rd from the trailing post and now looks to tip first over. He flushes out Press Time, who comes after Always Your Way past the opening quarter, 29-1. Tepid early fractions here. Press Time up front for Guy Gagnon now, leading the way down the stretch as 2-5 favorite. He sits just ahead of Always Your Way. In 3rd, it's Rockin' My Dream. First over now from 4th, Uber Hanover. Advancing second over from 5th, that is Rock and Roll Nation with the claim entered and caught inside, lacking racing room. Tahuya Brew is 6th along the cones. They head to the half, 58-4. And still leading the way, Press Time is out there by just over a length. Here comes action in the form of Uber Hanover, getting marching orders from Stéphane Brasseau. He's up into 2nd on the outside. Still there from 3rd, getting some whip tap urging from Jimmy Gagnon. Always Your Way is coming on. Rock and Roll Nation drops back, moving up the inside. Rockin' My Dream is coming on at 3/4. The field has reached it in 1:26-3 with Press Time getting reeled in rapidly. Here comes Always Your Way. They turn for home, and Press Time feeling the pressure now for Guy Gagnon coming up the inside. Rockin' My Dream for Mike Healy, chasing Always Your Way to the wire, though. Always Your Way by about 3 lengths over next best Rockin' My Dream. Press Time might have held on for show there. There were others closing as well. We'll find out soon. 1:55-1. Always Your Way. Unofficial race 6 results are now posted. 5 always your way. The race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. Second at odds of 15-1, number 9, Rockin' My Dream. Finishing third as beaten 2-5 favorite, Press Time. Ahead of 2, Tahuya Brew, finishing fourth. And completing the high 5 was the 4, Rock and Roll Nation. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure. Unofficial race 6 winner, number 5, Always Your Way. He's an 11-year-old bay gelding by Always a Virgin out of Penny Arcade, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson with Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario. Bred by Bluestone Farms LLC of Hopewell, New Jersey. Driven by Jimmy Gagnon. It's his third seasonal victory in his 16th 2024 start. Always Your Way, a 155-1 winner in race 6. And results are now official. 5, Always Your Way, pays $8.70 to win. The $2 exactor 5-9 combination pays $174. The $1 triactor 591 returns $236.45. If you had the 20-cent super high five here, congratulations, $1,403.50 for the 20-cent ticket 59124. The race 6 rundown is now on your screens. 2 to 5 favorite number 1 Press Time finished 3rd. 2 to Huya Brew closed for 4th. 3 Uber Hanover finished 6th. 4 Rock and Roll Nation was 5th. 5 Always Your Way, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon and Jamie Johnson. 6 Big Pete Style was 8th in a dead heat with 7 Officer Jones. 8 Jim's Big Thrill finished 7th. And 9 Rockin' My Dream was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 3, 4, 6, 5, 1, 8 dead heat, 8 dead heat, 7, 2. The fractions were 29 and 1 for the opening quarter, 58 and 4 to the half, 126 and 3 at 3/4, 155 and 1. The winning mile for Always Your Way and Jimmy Gagnon. Note that Rock and Roll Nation was claimed for a price of $8,500 and moves to owner Michel Grenier for trainer Alain Martin. We're happy to welcome the betting public joining us from California for the later portion of the card tonight, as well as horse players from across North America. Race 7 is coming up with exactor, triactor, and superfacto wagering. It also kicks off the final pick 4 of tonight's card. And the favorite from post 3 is still undefeated at Rideau Carleton. He's at odds of 6 to 5 at the moment. Carson Star Choice for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. I'm going against him. Glenn Pearson is staying with Carson Star Choice and Guy Gagnon on top. I think 1 Acapulco Sunburn for Isabelle Darvaux and Robert Shepard finally has a chance to get his Rideau victory. He had interference in his debut here, July 7th, and then he had post 8 last Sunday. So Acapulco Sunburn from the rail is a good proposition for me, just ahead of Carson Star Choice. Glenn likes Day Delight, and so do I. Glenn thinks he's the place horse here for the hot hands of Jimmy Gagnon and Vic Putty. I'm using him 3rd, Day Delight. He is moving up in class this race. Both of us like 5 Greystone Watchman, the Guy Gagnon stablemate of Carson Star Choice, driven by Stéphane Brosseau, to complete our superfectas. Pacers are coming from the backstretch for the post parade for race 7. Race 7 kicks off the last pick 4 of tonight's card. And this looks like a race where many people will single a horse. 3, Carson Star Choice, going strong at Rideau Carleton for Guy Gagnon. He is undefeated here. From post 3, he is seeking his 9th victory this year and the horse to beat in race 7. The race 7 Pacers are now on track for the post parade. They're non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, also eligible non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts, and $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,800. One is Acapulco Sunburn, owned by Les Écuries BCL Chambord, Quebec, and Bruce Tremblay, Shipshaw, Quebec. Trained by Isabelle Darvaux, driven by Robert Shepard. Two is Trion de Vie, owned by his trainer, Eric Lafleur. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Marie-Claude Auger. The current 8-5 favorite from post 3 is Carson Star Choice, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Seth McLeod, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Five is Greystone Watchman, owned by Nicolas Soucy with Danny Nadeau, trained by Guy Gagnon, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Six is Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. And completing the field from post 7, it's All-Star Cheddar for owner Jamie Copley, trainer Mandy Archer, and driver Ryan Guy. That's your field for race 7. There's exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. And race 7 also kicks off the late pick 4. Taking a look at the tote board, we have a new favorite. 1 Acapulco Sunburn, who happens to be my top choice here. He hasn't missed the Rideau board since his July 7th debut for driver Robert Shepard and trainer Isabelle Darvaux. He gets significant post relief. Acapulco Sunburn was caught 3 wide leaving last Sunday. He was 4th over from second last at the half, but flying wide down the stretch in the field and cards fastest last quarter, 27-1. He was edged out for place by a horse in this field, the 5, Greystone Watchman. Greystone Watchman himself, from post 5, sat fifth to the opening quarter here last Sunday. He stepped out first over at the half for driver Guy Gagnon, who is now driving his stablemate Carson Star Choice. Greystone Watchman flushed out Big Bully and followed him second over on the backstretch, but couldn't catch winner Shotgun Jerry. He did edge out Acapulco Sunburn for place. He's currently at odds of 9-1, while his undefeated at Rideau Carleton stablemate 3, Carson Star Choice, is a surprising 4-1 at the moment. My late pick 4 ticket is now posted. It costs just $9.60. And this race, I'm using them both, the 1 Acapulco Sunburn and the 3 Carson Star Choice. Going a little deeper in race 8. Wagering suggestions are in the front of every on-track program from Glenn Pearson and myself. The starter has called the Pacers. They're headed behind the gate for the start of race 7 and the final pick 4. The field is getting in place for race 7. 1 is Acapulco Sunburn, Robert Shepard. 2, Trion de Vie for Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Carson Star Choice, Guy Gagnon. 4, I'm a Dude, Stéphane Pouliot. 5, Greystone Watchman, Stéphane Brasseau. 6, Day Delight, Jimmy Gagnon. And on the outside, 7, All-Star Cheddar for Ryan Guy. They're on the backstretch and approaching the start of race 7 and the final pick 4 of the card tonight. They're off and pacing. Day Delight is leaving from outside. They're all coming after Acapulco Sunburn, using rail advantage to circle to the early lead. On the outside, coming on strong early, that's Carson Star Choice, who wants to seize the front, and now he's being taken back. He's parked out on the first turn. Moving up into second on the inside, that's Trion de Vie, as Acapulco Sunburn leads the way past the 27 flat. Opening quarter, Acapulco Sunburn for Robert Shepard leading the way down the stretch, shadowing him from second. Trion de Vie parked and now trying to get into pylon position third. That's Carson Star Choice. To his inside in fourth, Day Delight is following and underway from fifth. On the outside, Greystone Watchman is coming on the turn as they head to the half, reached in 55 flat by 1-5 leader Acapulco Sunburn. Stalked by 50-1 shot, Trion de Vie loosely in the pocket. Here comes Day Delight advancing into third on the outside, shuffled back to fourth inside. That's Carson Star Choice. Following the cover of Day Delight, that's Greystone Watchman, who's out there fifth from second over. Caught behind them, I'm a Dude has nowhere to go, and gapping last is All-Star Cheddar. 3/4 reached in 1:22.4, and they're turning for home up front. Acapulco Sunburn looking to burn this field as he sizzles down the stretch for Shepard. They went past 3/4 in 1:22.4 some time ago, led by Acapulco Sunburn, and he looks to make it all the way to the wire. Coming on late, that's Greystone Watchman. Not quite enough to catch Acapulco Sunburn. Carson Star Choice loose late for show 1:51.4. The AGCO judges have just informed me that there will be an inquiry concerning possible interference in the stretch drive between the 2 and 3. Trion de Vie and Carson Star Choice. Hold all tickets. The inquiry is underway about the possible interference in the stretch between the 2 and the 3. Unofficial results are posted for race 7. 1-5 favorite, number 1, Acapulco Sunburn, comes through for Robert Shepard. Second, 5, Greystone Watchman at odds of 17-1. Finishing third, 3, Carson Star Choice. And fourth, 2, Trion de Vie. The 2 and the 3 are the 2 horses that the ongoing inquiry pertains to about interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle for the first time since he arrived here July 7th. It's unofficial race 7 winner, number 1, Acapulco Sunburn, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Big Jim out of 12 Apostles, owned by Les Ecuries, BCL, Chambord, Quebec, and Bruce Tremblay, Shipshaw, Quebec, bred by Millar Farms of Stouffville, Ontario, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, driven to his first Rideau win by Robert Shepard. The 151 and 4 mile is a seasonal best and comes close to his lifetime best. Strong performance for Acapulco Sunburn. The AGCO judges have reviewed the footage now on your screen concerning the possible violation and interference in the stretch between 2 and 3, Trion de Vie and Carson Star Choice, and they've ruled there was no interference, no violation, and results will stand as previously posted in the unofficial results. There were no placings and no interference. The 1-5-3-2 order of finish will stand. And race 7 results are now official. One, Acapulco Sunburn returns $2.60 to win. The $2 exact or 1-5 combination returns $16.80. The $1 pick 4 ending here on 4 of 4 returns $223.85. The $1 pick 3, 3 of 3, $80.05. If you had the 20-cent edition of the pick 4, 4 of 4 pays $44.77 for that 5551 combination. Taking a look at the $1 triactor here, it pays $26.50 for the 153 ticket, and the $1 super 1532 returns $99.75. The race 7 rundown is now posted. 1 to 5 favorite number 1 Acapulco Sunburn, the race winner for Robert Shepard. 2 Trion de Vie was 4th. 3 Carson Star Choice 3rd. 4 I'm a Dude 5th. 5 Greystone Watchman 2nd. 6 Day Delight 6th. And 7 All Star Cheddar 7th. From the top down, your program should read 143-526-7. The fractions were 27 seconds for the opening quarter, 55 seconds to the half, 122 and 4 at 3/4, 151 and 4, the winning mile for Acapulco Sunburn for Robert Shepard and Isabel Darvaux. A seasonal best. We're moving on to race 8 next. The beginning leg of the final pick 3 of the card with exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. Glenn Pearson likes the 4, Giddy Up Max here. There's a number of horses overdue for a win in this field. He's certainly a contender from the strong Vic Putty Barn with Murray Clodoche driving. I'm looking to the 3, Alessandra, making a quick turnaround. She was edged out by Double Gum on Thursday, and Robert Shepard keeps the drive on this fast-closing mare. I like John Snow in the place spot from the rail. Glenn is using him for 3rd in his tickets. Ryan Guy gets a catch drive on John Snow, who was listed with Pascal Berube as the original driver before Pascal Berube was unable to make it here tonight for those drives. In the place spot, Glenn Pearson likes another strong closer who is overdue. That's the 2, Saskabush Steve for Mike Healy. And completing the superfecta, Glenn is going to the outside and going yard. I also like her for fourth. It's a very tough post position. She's a good mare who's been making her way through the class ranks here. She had to face some very tough mares earlier in the meet back in May. She was up against Big Cheddar and Speaker Nancy. It's still a tough post, but she does seem like she fits here. And I'm going with Glenn's top choice, Giddy Up Max, for third in my ticket. Again, just looking at this class, they are very light on wins. All of them have either one or no wins this season, except 8 going yard. She has 3 wins and a very tough post to attempt another from tonight. Pacers are now coming on track for the Race 8 Post Parade. They are non-winners of $400 or $500 for the fillies and mares per start in their last 10 starts. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $150. They're racing for a purse of $6,100. Leading the post parade, it's 1 John Snow, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, and note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Ryan Guy. Two is Saskabush Steve, owned by trainer Alain Martin, driven by Mike Healy. Three is Alessandra, owned by Kim Fillion, trained by Alain Fillion, driven by Robert Shepard. Four is current 6-5 favorite Giddy Up Max, owned by David Shea, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. Five is Vines to Heaven, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven by Guy Gagnon. Six is Major Motion, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride. Jimmy Gagnon is in the sulky. Seven is Real Rubies at Play, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Legasse. And completing the field from post 8, it's Going Yard, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with Sylvain Bilodeau. Stéphane Pouliot trains and drives. That's your field for race 8, with no changes other than the driver change. On number 1, John Snow with Ryan Guy catch driving for the absent Pascal Berube. There's exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. Race 8 also kicks off the final pick 3 of the card. We're taking a look at current favorite, Giddy Up Max, at odds of 8-5. He's Glenn Pearson's top horse here, and I like him. I like him in my top 3. He is light on wins, but he retains driver Marie-Claude Auger here. And last Sunday, he trailed to 3/4, gapping at the back of the field, but he was caught inside of a third over Woodmere Gaelic, who was parked out, so he had no racing room. Giddy Up Max was loose late up the inside path and closed for 4th in the field's fastest last quarter, 28-1. His most recent win was at a lower classification here last October 5th for driver Robert Shepard. Robert Shepard is driving my top selection here, 3, Alessandra, who was second last on the first turn here for Robert Shepard on Thursday. She came second over on the backstretch following the cover of long shot winner Double Gum. Alessandra closed wide to overtake the pace setter, Best Girl in Town, and she paced the field's co-fastest last quarter of 28-4. She was edged out by Double Gum and Kyle Forgy that race, and makes a quick turnaround here. She's currently at odds of 7-1, and I consider her overdue for a win. That's from post 3, Alessandra. The starter has called the Pacers for race 8. Final chance to play the pick 3 tonight at Rideau Carleton. The Pacers are lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is John Snow for catch driver Ryan Guy. 2, Saskabush Steve, Mike Healy. 3, Alessandra, Robert Shepard. 4, Giddy Up Max, Marie-Claude Auger. 5, Vines to Heaven, Guy Gagnon. 6, Major Motion for Jimmy Gagnon. 7, Real Rubies at Play, Michel Legasse. And on the outside is 8, Going Yard for Stéphane Pouliot. They're on the turn and headed to the start. They're all in line on the backstretch. They're off and pacing, and that's Saskabush Steve who wants the front with driver Mike Healy sending him, battling back on the inside. John Snow is stretching him out somewhat as he tries to grab that early lead and advancing ahead of both of them. That's a big early move from Vines to Heaven for Guy Gagnon. She has made front, but not liking that much. Saskabush Steve is looking to come after the leader. They went past the opening quarter in 28 and 1. Vines to Heaven now on the front end, thinking better of it. Saskabush Steve and Mike Healy biding their time in the pocket ahead of John Snow. Then it's back to fourth place Alessandra, stepping out to move first over from fifth. Real Rubies at Play, who is towing Going Yard into it from second over, and also getting in gear from the back of the field. Giddy Up Max as they head past the half, 57 and 4. The clocking there for Vines to Heaven on the front end, unchallenged since she's made it to that point. Saskabush Steve looms the danger. Here comes John Snow with the plugs pulled. He's advancing into third on the outside, shuffled back fourth on the inside. Alessandra lacks racing room to her outside, moving second over into fourth. Real Rubies at Play, the Chestnut. They went by 3/4 in 1:26 flat, and Vines to Heaven is finding her old back class for Guy Gagnon as she leads the way at the top of the stretch. Vines to Heaven coming after her. Saskabush Steve up the inside. Also Alessandra loaded with late pace. They're charging for home. Vines to Heaven up the inside. Alessandra on the outside. Saskabush Steve, a battle of the closers, and it looks like Vines to Heaven holds off Saskabush Steve and Alessandra in 1:55 and 1. Unofficial race 8 results are now posted at odds of 4-1. The 5 Vines to Heaven, the winner for Guy Gagnon. Second, 2 Saskabush Steve. Third, 3 Alessandra. And fourth, 7 Real Rubies at Play. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial Race 8 winner, number 5, Vines to Heaven. She's a 9-year-old bay mare by Rock and Roll Heaven out of Miss Old Vines. Owned by Rachel Burns, Cardinal, Ontario. Bred by Marty Fine of North York, Ontario. Trained by Mike Armstrong. Driven to her first win this season in her 9th 2024 start by Guy Gagnon. 155-1. A seasonal best in a first seasonal win for official Race 8 winner, Vines to Heaven. Prices are posted for Race 8. 5, Vines to Heaven, pays $10.20 to win. The $2 exactor, 5-2 combination, pays $38.40. The $1 try, $63.85 for the 5-2-3 ticket. And the $1 super pays $274.35 for the 5-2-3-7 ticket. The Race 8 rundown is now posted. 1, John Snow finished 5th. 2, Saskabush Steve was 2nd. 3, Alessandra was 3rd. 4, Giddy Up Max finished 7th as 2-1 beaten favorite. 5, Vines to Heaven, a 4-1 winner for Guy Gagnon and Mike Armstrong. 6, Major Motion was 6th. 7, Real Rubies at Play closed for 4th. And 8, Going Yard was 8th. From the top down, your program should read 523-716-48. The fractions were 28-1 for the opening quarter, 57-4 to the half, 126 flat at 3/4, 155-1. The winning mile in the first seasonal victory for the classy Vines to Heaven. That was Vines to Heaven's first win since October 22nd, when she was a winner here at Rideau Carleton for Samuel Filion. And trainer Mike Armstrong still training her now. This time last year, Vines to Heaven was at Truro Raceway in the Maritimes, where she was taking on the best mares in the Atlantic region. for former trainer George Renison and drivers Paul Langell and Todd Treitz. So definite back class to Vines to Heaven back in the winner's circle tonight at Rideau Carleton. Race 9 is coming up next, kicking off the late daily double, also exactor triactor and superfecta wagering. Speaking of the Maritimes and Truro Raceway, congratulations to Claire McDonald, who won the Atlantic Women's Driver Challenge today at the Bible Hill, Nova Scotia racetrack, over Natasha Day, the two-time reigning OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship winner. Taking a look at race 9 selections now, Glenn Pearson and I share one in upcoming race 9. We like T.H. McMurray. He's making his seasonal Rideau debut for trainer-driver Jeff Taylor. Adding Lasix as well, coming in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. A classy 3-year-old by Mick Wicked out of Wasmula. He's 1 to watch here and 4 to 5 at the moment. For second, Glenn likes the 2, No Time at All, who goes from driver Pascal Berube to catch driver Stéphane Pouliot. I'm using that one 4th in my ticket. I think 7, I Am a Rocket, for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. Looks dangerous here in a good way. Glenn and I are both looking to 9, Smiling Billy the Kid, as our show horse for Benoit Hébert and Stéphane Brosseau. This one getting some post relief and moving to the second tier. The post parade is now coming on track for the race 9. Non-winners of $3,500 last 5. Also eligible, $15,000 claimers, going for a purse of $7,000. One is T.H. McMurray, the current 3 to 5 favorite. He adds Lasix. He's owned by Jeff Taylor, Siobhan Andrusak, and Andrew Wright. Trained and driven by Jeff Taylor. 2 is No Time at All, owned by Jean Allaire with Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Stéphane Pouliot. Three is Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Josh Miller. Four is Royal Regatta, owned by Michel Lavoie, trained by Emile Toth, driven by Robert Shepard. Five is Stardog, owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy. Six is Curious Cortez, owned by trainer Pierre-Marc Longpré, driven by Kyle Forgy. Seven is I Am a Rocket, owned by Louise Ricard, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Eight is Howmac Victor, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. And completing the field from trailing post 9, Smiling Billy the Kid, owned and trained by Benoit Hibert, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. That's your field for race 9 with Exactor Triactor and Superfecta wagering, also kicking off the late daily double. And no changes here except the driver change on 2, No Time at All, going from Pascal Berube to Stéphane Pouliot. If you're playing that late daily double in race 10, make sure you've noted the driver change on 6, Bees Terrific, going from Berube to Pouliot, and also the scratch of the 8, American Frontier in race 10. Ever since the windows opened, he's been the favorite. From the rail, T.H. McMurray for Jeff Taylor. He brushed along the Mohawk backstretch on July 6th, chasing the pace-setting 3-5 favorite Wikipedia to 3/4. He flushed out the winner, Captain Carlos, on the final turn and was second over 4th for the stretch drive, but lost ground late. That may be why he's added Lasix here. T.H. McMurray was an OSS Gold winner at Mohawk on July 10th, 2023. He gets some class relief here. 4-5 at the moment, T.H. McMurray. Other contenders are 7, I Am a Rocket. He retreated to last off the gate for driver Marie-Claude Auger here last Sunday. He was caught inside of 3rd over Perpetual Rock on the back stretch. He was a beaten 7-5 favorite June 30th in his first Rideau start off the claim for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, and missed the board in the Rideau Preferred just once between September 10th and October 8th of last year. I Am a Rocket also getting some class relief here, but from a tougher post and arguably less class relief than the favorite T.H. McMurray. At a surprising 8-1, it's the 9, Smiling Billy the Kid. First over from 6th in front of the grandstand last Sunday, chasing Flash Cube. He faded in the stretch, but he's got some class relief here. 4 Rideau victories since joining his trainer, Benoit Hibert, May 5th. The starter has called the field for race 9. This is your final chance to get involved in the late daily double here at Rideau Carleton as the Pacers line up in front of the grandstand. One is T.H. McMurray, Jeff Taylor. 2, No Time at All for catch driver Stefan Pouliot. 3, Lancaster Bomber. 4, Royal Regatta. 5, Royal Regatta is driven by Robert Shepard, and I should say Lancaster Bomber for Josh Miller. Going back to the 5, Star Dog, Ryan Guy. 6, Curious Cortez, Kyle Forgy. 7, I Am a Rocket, Guy Gagnon. 8, Halmac Victor, Jimmy Gagnon, and the trailer, 9, Smiling Billy the Kid for Stéphane Brosseau. They're on the backstretch. And they're off and blasting early. Josh Miller is sending Lancaster Bomber on a front-end mission. Coming after him from the outside, I Am a Rocket, trying to live up to that billing. He's now first over and stretching a length in front to grab the lead. Also moving early, that's Halmac Victor from the outside post. Coming after I Am a Rocket, who leads the way to the opening quarter in a clocking of 27-3. That's I Am a Rocket now settling along the pylons at odds of 45-1. Halmac Victor going to stalk for Jimmy Gagnon from the pocket. Back in third, Lancaster Bomber, followed by No Time at All. Then following from fifth and coming first over now, that's T.H. McMurray looking to follow him. Smiling Billy the Kid is tipped out to come second over now, and they went by the half in 56-1 with I Am a Rocket living up to that name on the front end, following closely Halmac Victor. Then it is a gap of about 3 lengths back to next best last Lancaster Bomber on the inside, still coming on the outside, but flushing out the cover of No Time at All. T.H. McMurray is needing to go 3 wide at this point. 3/4 reached in 1:23-4 by the widening leader, I Am a Rocket, who is well ahead of next best Halmac Victor, circling for home. 3/4, 1:23-4. I Am a Rocket. He's out there by 10 lengths. I Am a Rocket. Definitely living up to his name tonight for Guy Gagnon, holding on for place. Halmac Victor, and the show spot goes to Lancaster Bomber in 1:52 mile. Unofficial results are now posted for race 9 at odds of 5-2. 7, I Am a Rocket, a going away winner for Guy Gagnon. Finishing second from post 8 at odds of 45-1, Halmac Victor. Third, 3, Lancaster Bomber at odds of 23-1. And the late money came in and made number 2, No Time at All, the favorite, and he finished 4th. Unofficial results only. Hold all tickets. Coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, unofficial race 9 winner, number 7, I Am a Rocket, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Custard the Dragon out of Mox Rocket, owned by Louise Ricard of Gatineau, Quebec. I Am a Rocket was bred by Albert Russell Branham and Archie Melnick of Sherwood Park, Alberta, trained and driven by the King, Guy Gagnon. That's the 2nd win this year for I Am a Rocket, and a seasonal best, 152 flat mile. Truth in Advertising from I Am a Rocket in race 9. And race 9 results are now official. Seven, I Am a Rocket pays $7.40 to win the $2 exactor. 7-8 combination pays $208.60. The $1 try, 783, returns $982.65. And if you had the $1 superfecta ticket, 7832, it returned $5,911.30. The rundown for race 9 is now on your screens. 1, T.H. McMurray finished 8th. 9 to 5 favorite, 2, No Time at All finished 4th. 3, Lancaster Bomber was 3rd. 4, Royal Regatta finished 5th. 5, Stardog was 6th. 6, Curious Cortez was 9th. 7, I Am a Rocket, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 8, Howmac Victor finished 2nd. And 9, Smiling Billy the Kid was 7th. From the top down, your program should read 843 569 127. The fractions were 27-3 to the opening quarter, 56-1 at the half, 123-4 at 3/4, 152 flat, the winning mile from I Am a Rocket for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, with back-to-back wins in races 8 and 9. Just one more race on tonight's live card from the nation's capital, as we like to call it, the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. There's exactor, triactor, and high five wagering here. Couple of changes to note if you haven't already. The 6 B's Tyrific going without driver Pascal Berube as Stéphane Pouliot gets the catch drive. And 8 American Frontier as a judge's scratch. Just one race left tonight. Thanks to everyone who joined us online or in person or at the OTB. Many reasons to play Rideau Carleton tonight, many having to do with that super high five carryover and guaranteed pool and the pick 5 carryover. We're looking now at race 10 selections from track handicappers, myself and Glenn Pearson. We like the same horses for the exactor. We just like them in opposite order. Glenn is going to Mandy Archer and Robert Shepherd's. Number 2, Jaden's Magic Steel. This one coming in off a narrow victory over Make It Come True last Sunday. I like the 3, Love My Rockin' Bird for Vic Putty and Jimmy Gagnon. This one, I don't think had the ideal trip in that same race last Sunday and might get it here. Moving in from post 6 to post 3. He's a front-end loving horse, as everyone knows, especially Brad on Harness Racing Twitter. Love My Rockin' Bird from post 3 is 3-1 right now. Jaden's Magic Steel is the 4-5 favorite. In the show spot, Glenn and I both looking out to post 7. Make It Come True for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, who's coming into race 10 after back-to-back wins. He might be getting hot here. It might be worth using him on top of your tickets as well, or at least boxing the top 3 if you like our choices. For 4th, Mockart in Motion and driver Mike Healy for trainer-owner Wayne Catherwood is the 4th place selection for Glenn. I'm looking to 4, no sports pun intended, for Mike Armstrong and Ryan Guy. This one was a beaten favorite here just 2 starts ago at a similar level and has been caught out in overland trips. To complete the high 5, it's Woodmere Gaelic from the rail for Glenn, Jeff Taylor driving for Steve Belisle, and I'm looking to the trailer, the Colt, with trainer Gord Lee driving. The Colt was coming on late last Sunday for catch driver William Waugh. With his own trainer driving tonight, let's see how he does. He's usually a contender, and he has 5 wins this season. He took his 153-1 lifetime mark right here at Rideau Carleton. The Race 10 Post Parade is now coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $500. Also eligible, $10,500 claimers. They're going for a purse of $6,000. One is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore, trained by Steve Belisle, driven by Jeff Taylor. Now we're looking at 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is No Sport Pun Intended, owned by Lee Cullen and Lloyd Howley, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. Five is Mock Art in Motion, owned and trained by Wayne Catherwood. Mike Healy is in the sulky. Six is Bees Tyrific, owned by Gina Bregagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Stéphane Pouliot. Seven is Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated with Stéphanie Gagnon, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 8, American Frontier, is scratched. From trailing post 9, it's the Colt, owned by Don Lee with Gord Lee. Gordon Lee also trains and drives. And now on track, completing the post parade, it's number 2, Jaden's Magic Steel, owned by Jamie Copley, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. Jaden's Magic Steel is the current favorite at odds of 2-5. There's exactor, triactor, and high 5 wagering here. Post time coming up shortly for race 10. Those watching the post parade will have observed that the colt is not being driven by Gordley here. Gordley, that is. It's Kyle Forgy with the catch drive. On 9, the colt. So that's a total of 3 changes here in race 10. 2 driver changes on the 6. Bees Terrific going from Pascal Berube to Stefan Pouliot. And 9, the colt going from trainer Gord Lee driving to catch driver Kyle Forgy. That's on 9, the colt. And American Frontier, the 8, is scratched. The favorite at odds of 2 to 5 is 2, Jaden's Magic Steel. He closed in co-second fastest last quarter, last race, 28-4. He was widest of all coming home for driver Robert Shepard and prevailed in a 3-horse win photo Sunday, capitalizing on post and class relief and collapsing pace, I felt. So he kind of tripped out there. He's 3 to 5 at the moment from post 2, Jaden's Magic Steel. My top choice at odds of 7 to 2 right now is the 3, Love My Rockin' Bird. He was caught 4 wide on the first turn here Sunday. He took back to single file 4th and came after Make It Come True at 3/4. After Make It Come True cleared Rockin' Zeus to make front. Love My Rockin' Bird was overtaken in deep stretch by Royal Regatta and Make It Come True. From post 3, Love My Rockin' Bird for Vic Putty and Jimmy Gagnon is my top selection. Make It Come True taking money from post 7 for trainer driver Guy Gagnon. He's 2 to 1 at the moment. He came first over from 3rd on the backstretch last Sunday for Guy Gagnon. He hunted down long shot leader Rockin' Zeus, matched strides with Love My Rockin' Bird, and was beaten by a head at the wire by Jaden's Magic Steel. The beaten 6 to 5 favorite is coming back here at odds of 2 to 1. That's 7. Make It Come True. The starter has called the field for race 10. This is your last chance tonight to play Rideau Carleton Raceway. See Robbie D'Alessandro pace, and they're lining up. One is Woodmere Gaelic for Jeff Taylor. 2, Jaden's Magic Steel, Robert Shepard. 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, No Sport Pun Intended, Ryan Guy. 5, Mock Art in Motion, Mike Healy. 6, Bees Terrific, Stefan Pouliot. 7, Make It Come True, Guy Gagnon. 8, American Frontier is scratched. And 9, the trailer, the Colt, for Kyle Forgy. They're on the turn and headed on the backstretch for the start. Gapping slightly behind the others is the Colt from the trailing position. They're approaching the start now. They're off and pacing, and that's Love My Rockin' Bird out there for Jimmy Gagnon early, and also firing early. Make It Come True is trying to make front. Behind them, sitting 3rd on the inside, No Sport Pun Intended. And then behind that one in 4th, Mock Art in Motion. They're headed to the opening quarter, led by Love My Rockin' Bird, right where he likes to be on the engine for Jimmy Gagnon. 28 flat to the opening quarter as they head in front of the grandstand. That is Love My Rockin' Bird up front. A narrow lead over pocket sitting. Make It Come True in 3rd on the inside. No Sport Pun Intended. Here comes Bees Terrific moving up first over into 3rd. Following him 2nd over 5th is Jaden's Magic Steel, the favorite, as they're now circling toward the half. Still led by Love My Rockin' Bird up front and reaching the half in 58-1. He's keeping about a length ahead of Make It Come True in the pocket. 70 to 1 long shot. Bees Terrific keeps gaining ground for Pouliot. He's now 2nd from 1st over, shuffled back on the inside the 5th. No room for No Sport Pun Intended. 4th from 2nd over. That is Jaden's Magic Steel. Following him 3rd over now from 6th. That appears to be the Colt making a go of it, coming from the back of the field. Mockart in motion, getting in gear, and Woodmere Gaelic trails, 3/4 reached in 1:27.1, going wide. Jaden's Magic Steel lost momentum on the turn. Love My Rockin' Bird loving this trip, but coming on late. Make It Come True, trying to make it 3 in a row for Gagnon. Love My Rockin' Bird needs the wire, and he gets it. Finishing ahead of next best Make It Come True, and no sport pun intended. 1:55.3. Unofficial results are now posted for race 10. Favorite at the last flash, dropping to odds of 3-5, is winner 3, Love My Rockin' Bird for Jimmy Gagnon. Second, 7, Make It Come True. Third, at odds of 45-1, 4, no sport pun intended. Fourth, at odds of 60-1, Woodmere Gaelic. And completing the high 5 was 9, the Colt, finishing 5th. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, unofficial race 10 winner, number 3, Love My Rockin' Bird. Returning to Love My Rockin' Bird, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Mystery Chase out of Kill a Rocking Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, bred by James Rhodes of High River, Alberta, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon to the 1:55.3 victory. His 3rd win this season in his 17th start of the year. Love My Rockin' Bird. The AGCO judges have also mentioned that they have looked into possible interference by the 2 on the 9. That's Jaden's Magic Steel on the Colt before the start. But the Colt was actually following Woodmere Gaelic, the 1, so there was no interference. And race 10 results are now official. Prices are now posted. 3 Love My Rockin' Bird returns $3.20 to win. The $1 pick 4 ending here pays $90.15 on 4 of 4. The $1 pick 3, $44 and change on 3 of 3. If you had the $1 pick 5, 5 of 5, $1,442.85. The 20-cent super high 5 here returns $2,740.04. The 20-cent ticket, $3,749. The $2 exactor, 3/7 ticket, pays $18.60. The $1 try, $65.65 for the 374 combination. The race 10 rundown is now displayed. 1, Woodmere Gaelic finished 4th. 2, Jaden's Magic Steel was 8th. 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, a 3-5 winning favorite for Jimmy Gagnon and Vic Putty. 4, no sports pun intended, finished third. 5, Mock Art in Motion was 6th. 6, Bees Terrific was 7th. 7, Make It Come True closed for 2nd. 8, American Frontier was scratched. And 9, The Colt finished 5th. From the top down, your program should read 481-367 to scratch 5. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening panel, 58 and 1 at the half, 127 and 1 at 3/4, 155 and 3, the winning mile for Love My Rockin' Bird. And that concludes our Sunday night card at Rideau Carleton. Thanks again to everyone who joined us and supported the product tonight. A strong handle of $305,213, and we appreciate that very much. Live racing returns Thursday, July 25th, 4 p.m. Eastern Post Time. Hope you can join us again. I'll be back in the booth. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer. Enjoy the rest of your evening and have a good week.